You just gotta eat some garbage food sometimes, and sometimes the garbage food eats you. What's up, everybody? It's your boy, Tim.K. Out here on the internet, playing video games. For your amusement? Yes. For my amusement? Maybe. But more importantly, for your amusement. And I'm here vibing out, and we're gonna be splatting some Tims. Believe it. But first, an announcement. Y'all have seen it on my Twitter by now, but I got a job. I've officially got a job. I don't know how long it's gonna be. I hope it's for a decent amount of time. I know that the contract is until January, but it is a sweet little seasonal job that might turn into a full job. But either way, it is money, which I desperately need because I'm horribly broke, but the good news is I won't be anymore. I'll only be a little broke. We're just vibing right now. I am charged up on caffeine. Chugged a Wraith before we started, and I also ate a big bowl of mac and cheese. Is your FC public? Friend code E... Oh, yeah. It should be on my... If it's not, I'm going to post it to my Discord. I just need to find it. There it is. And I'll drop that in server news if you're in the Discord. I'll also make sure, because you are a Heresy, I know you were a streamer, you can feel free to... I'll give you the immediate streamer role, and you should be able to do promos in your server. Is that you? Going to assume. Wah. I haven't played in a bit. I mean, I play occasionally. I get a match or two in, so I get my dailies. But I haven't, like, sat down to play in a long time. So just a heads up, you're gonna see some probably not great gameplay. But without further ado, let's just get into the match itself, and there it is. I loaded up so we didn't have to sit through the intro and all that jazz. Before we get into anything, we have to check out the art. Hi. E. Pancakes. The new McDonald's thing. I don't know what that is, and I hate it. Good Garfield, though. Full of drink tickets. Same. Octolings are sexy, big agree, full of love. That's sick as hell. Nintendo says to open all your ports to enjoy Splatoon 3 when all you really have to do is open your heart to the little swaggy baby, the Grizzy Gulpler. Bro, my small fry just ate my lunch. Might have to cook him. It's a good one. Bye, Boogity. Love wins. Yes. 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 Yeah, I'm just gonna do some turf wars. That's the Crudes. I hate it. I can't really tell what that is. Kushida. That's that chain summon, isn't it? Yeah, there's another chain summon. It's Platana, man. That's so good. I'm Twink. Oh, I remember Twink. Oh, Smiling Friends. There's a small fry. Currently drawing muscular art of Fry's eels. Nice. Ink the mid? Nah, I would rather eat a waffle at base. I'm just admiring some art. It's one of my favorite things when I log into Splatoon 3 for the first time is just like, what's the hot new notifications? This mama's got trauma. That's cute. Oh, there's my small free. Does he look at me when I... Whoa. Oh, so much good art. How the fuck do you do this? Oh, goodness. Team Fire. That's from Don't Starve. Allergic to squid. Cat mid, ink base on respawn after pushing. Best art. Smooch Bigman. We've also got to check out the lockers. Yo, he ballin'! I already refreshed that one. Super jumping. Pro tip. Don't. If you have a teammate, and they're rare, don't get me wrong, if you have a teammate who has a weapon with beacons, use the beacons. Your teammate put it somewhere smart and safe, because they're not stupid. I love that theming. All yellows and golds. Huh. And yeah, this dude loves his Kensa. It's all black. I love that effect though, with the two stickers stacked and then the hollow being used as like a shadow. That's really nice. Or Tony Kensa. There was this locker here. Oh, like whiteout locker. That's actually kind of cool. There was a locker here that I saw that had like a rainbow effect. And that seems to be gone. I think that's so cool. Friend did that one. Shout out to Rarnix. And Beast Valtara. We gotta see my locker, right? Not much has changed since the last time, but I bought a clam. I also have the table turf sticker. The very first table turf sticker you get. Well, the second, because the first is the logo there. And you can see I've gotten the stickers of 6 different weapons, and then chrome stickers of 4. But I'm a hardcore slosher main. But I love my Splat Brella. I was using the Undercover Brella for a while, but I grew to really like the Splat Brella's damage and range over the Undercover. And I ended up using the detachable shield for a lot more pushing. Splatana's super fun. So is Carbon Roller. I can't wait until variants come out. I'm hoping they do that again. Like with Deco and stuff like that. But why don't we get a lobby set up? And I'll make sure to accept your friend request here. Eb. I love Splatoon. Why wouldn't it let me go to match menu before? That was weird. Okay. Now we have a lobby. Now, it's early to do this, but I want to test if everything still works. It's currently set to that, but let me set it to... Yeah. Cool. So that works. That's really trippy. If you're wondering, it's a Deep Dream video. Not gonna do it all the time, because it's a pain in the ass. But it's fun to mess with. Okay. I like tearing a path just to get power meter, then I get to mid. It's the habit I've been building. And I always like to take the cider paths, because nobody ever takes them. It's free ink. It's free ink real estate. It's free woomy. Oh god, a sniper. There. Oh, I might need to adjust sensitivity. Oh, I didn't have that much. I can out... Oh, I'm out of ink. Damn it. I was about to say, I can outrange a brush. I got shot down. Damn. There's never an in-between with Splatling users, I find. They're either free kills or the best players in the game. Traded. I'll take it. I'll take a trade. Shit. Virtual Girl. That's a good title. I have not gotten very lucky with the machine. It has not given me good titles. Was that 3 shots from the Nautilus? I didn't think ink damage up was a skill that was still in Splatoon 3. Go figure. Oh god. Of course, the moment I saw the charger back there, I was hit by the brush. I am rusty. This is the first game back after like a week. It's my excuse. We're fine. I'm just gonna go ahead and backdoor ink a bunch. That probably won't help. But it felt good. Yeah, no. Yeah. Mostly human. Perfect arrow spray user. Don't brag about using the arrow spray. Really happy with this fit. Although, I miss the V-neck tee. Like, this exact same shirt was in Splatoon 2, but I remember it having reflective print. Like, the lettering on it had kind of a shiny vibe to it. Don't know why they took that away. And again, I don't know why they took away a lot of really good clothing that appeared in Splatoon 2. I know fashion changes, but I don't know. I miss my king mesh. I have one in real life. I want to wear it in game. Oh, we got a bloblobber. That's a bad recipe. Come on. I thought that was going to go over the wall. It did not. Watch the wave breaker. God. He was nowhere close to me. And got the frickin'... That's all I have to say about that. Aggravated sounds. Oh, hey. Oh, you just love to hide behind your little wall, don't you? Think you're better than me? So you can put up a wall of ink? Damn it. I hate the bloblobber, man, and I'm a... I'm a bucket main, and I hate that bucket. Oh, what's up, Dirge? I'm doing pretty good, actually. Very good day. Very caffeinated. Hope you're doing all right. Make sure to give you a shout out here at the end of the match. Ah, God. Got him. Okay. I'm confident on this match. Never mind. Just relaxing after ending a work week. Yeah. It ain't over till it's over. I think we got this. I think we held down mid pretty strong. Fair. Damn bidet. Can't compete against the bidet. #1 triple ink strike user. I was the only one. Yeah, you should absolutely check out Lorik. Very nice voice. Fun streams. Does Dead by Daylight, if you're into that. Also, it's every Wednesday, right? You do your board game nights. You've been doing some Arkham Horror lately. The man! Oh, man. It's not just any gal user, it's a 92 gal user. Let's just be irritating with that last missile. Are they AFK? Because we are, just pushing. Chat's letting us redo the last mission. That's how it goes sometimes. Alright, no, okay. Orange woke up. Ow. Oh, Jesus. We've made... Got insanely difficult out of nowhere. Yeah. Arkham Horror be like that. Christ, that's got range. Oh, 96, not 92. I mean, it needs range because it has a fire rate of when it feels like it. No, I know. I know you understand the game's difficult. It's just that, like, yeah, holy crap. Even for a difficult game, that spike must have been surprising. I remember I was playing it once, and had a buddy nearly go insane in the first mission, just trying to do one skill check. Ah. Oh, jeez. The man. Okay. The Explosher? I don't like it. Just use a ranged blaster like everyone else. Aww. Oh, that's cool. I'll have to let you know. My schedule is going to be a lot more complicated over the next couple of weeks. I promise I can play this game. Just don't look at my rank. We'll never forget the man. Oh, we got pinwheels. Damn it. Ah, okay. There's supposed to be 2 maps every 2 hours. We've got this map how many times now? Oh, I love this color palette. Damn! Alright. I've just been here painting. Here, let's be irritating. Eh? Eh. Oh god, I hear a tank. Turn around. He got hit by 2 buckets and didn't die. I don't know what to tell you. Soda! I'll have to play that video after this round. Fucking. Oh, I love Tacticooler. Oh, Bomna. I'm just gonna stand right here. Get another Red Bull. Alright. Pingu, I'm so sorry. You just immediately super jumped into death. Enemy team's waking up. They're doing a big push here. Oh, we've got so many gaps. I know dry spots don't matter. They matter to me. I see them and it hurts. It especially hurts when you see the overhead map and it's just all the points you're leaving on the floor. Okay. I think we got it. Soda! Somebody posted that into Discord. I'm in the other day. Where's that? Meme. Soda carry. I fell for Plato's Allegory of the Cave because I clicked on, Anyway. Wait, 11-1? Damn, nice! Oh, did I hit stop? I know how to control video games. Have fun turfing. Okay. Thanks for dropping by. I'll make sure to give you a big shout out as well. Because you stream on occasion. Doing some Terraria last. Nice. So, you know how I said, like, oh, I wish I could play the other map after seeing it with Sturgeon Shipyard? I don't want to do it anymore. But no, yeah, Heresy's very cool. Very sweet Twitter mutual. I'm guilty of not watching all of your streams. But a great conversation, I would say. Oh yeah, it's a great Splat Zone map. I think it's a fun, Clam Blitz map, too. I am the only person who likes Clam Blitz. I think it's fun. I don't think it should be ranked. I just think it's a good time. Well, I mean, yeah, I don't get it either. But that's why I don't think it should be ranked. I almost died. Hail Mary on that last one. As it's no doubt evident by my channel's frequenting featurettes of weird sports games, I kind of have a thing for weird future sport. Whether it be Knockout City, Omega Strikers, Rocket League. I haven't streamed Rocket League ever, but that is one that comes to mind. So when you create a weird sport in a video game, I'm always kind of drawn to it. Like baseball, but not much else. Understandable. I watched a lot of baseball growing up. That's also because Jay's tickets used to be really cheap. They used to have Toonie Tuesdays at the Sky Dome, which meant that you could get baseball tickets for $2. It's great. Sherman's baseball stream was made for me specifically. Oh yeah, Roller Champions also. Thank you for reminding me, Laura. Of course. How else did I earn the nickname Tim Powerslide? Not for my sick my sick skills on the skates. I should play some more Roller Champions at some point. Some point. We didn't even bother painting that, and we still won. That's a positive, Katie. I'll take it. There. Perfect. I feel like everyone has different habits when they're in this room. Like when you're in any like open lobby waiting for a game. For me, it's trying to ink specific structures without getting ink, with only getting ink on that structure. Nobody's ever going to paint that corner, even when they paint base. My sensitivity's a little funky because I'm using a different controller this time. I busted out my 8-bit do. I wanted to use it for this. I have my SN30 Pro that I got for the Switch, like, a few years ago now. It's been amazing. I got the wired version, so I can use it for, I use it for emulation sometimes, because of the D-pad. and it just feels like a PlayStation controller more than anything. Alright. I'm dead, but that's fine. Sloshing machine. Use a real weapon. I'm not actually that toxic. And sloshing machine does take skill. You need to press the button. Oh, you're trying. Trying for it. I mean, it must be really hard to press to press the trigger when you look at someone and have them die instantly. Got him. Oh man, though. Speaking of Toronto sports, hockey season started, and I can't wait to be disappointed by the Maple Leafs again. I am a sports fan insofar as I love my Toronto teams, and they've never won anything, so I don't have to worry about following sports beyond the first season. Oh, you mean we didn't make playoffs again? Ah, shit. Next year, I guess. God damn. We bullied them. 69, nice. Yeah, they do not sponsor me. I wish they did. I should email them. But 8-Bit Dude has nice controllers. I like their, The Pro 2 is just a really nice controller. Just because it's comfortable. Good button layout. Nice D-pad. Though I'd love to get my hands on the... They did another Xbox controller recently that looks really nice. That I might have to buy. So Sturgeon, when it comes to Turf War, can be tricky because whatever position the bridges are at when the round is over counts as the score, as the paint. Wow. I almost fell for that. Oh, it's Carbon. He's fast. Got him right out of the air, though. Jeez. R.I.P. Milkman. Go! Alright. We held down mid pretty firm. And paint this. Oh. I got inked. God. Lumi! Vimo! Dang it. Watery subordinate. Oh, I'm so desperately close to missiles. Ah, I got farted on. That might not be our match here. We'll see. Nah. All right, let's go. Oh. So I think here's how I'm gonna handle the funny green screen ink, right? If you, viewer, want me to do the funny chroma key on the Splatoon ink, like I did in that viral Twitter video, drop a sub or send a tip of any amount. Could be $1, could be 69 cents. And then post an image in chat, and I'll use that as the background for the ink. Or video. You can send a video as well. Now, Nintendo's cracked down on the not safe for work stuff, thanks to what had happened in Japan. So I can't do the porn challenge. Everything else, though, is fair game. I saw that grenade, like, way too late. I fell. I got my super off, so that's all that matters. This is also why I don't use gyro. I feel like I should mention, like, because I don't use standard Nintendo controllers. They don't have gyro support. I use Hori Joy-Cons when I'm handheld, just because they're more comfortable. Dang it. Well, considering this is what our base looks like, I don't think we're winning this. We'll see. Oh, shit. Neat. There's so much fluidity to the animation. This is something I never appreciated before. I mean, mostly when you're in squid form, you're in ink. So it's kind of interesting that they put that much thought into the animations, you know? Ah! I'm out of ink, I'm out of ink, I'm out of ink! Damn. That was a good grenade throw. This close to super. I'm just going to try to build some while I'm running back. I don't know if the whole bridge counts as floor. Or if it's just whatever bridge is vertical at the time of painting. I see you in there. One of the funnier things about the Hori controller as well for the Joy-Cons is that they have a turbo button. And at one point, when I had Booyah Bombs on a weapon I was using, I thought, hey, why don't I use the turbo button on the Booyah? It was probably the most obnoxious thing I've ever done. Whoop! I fucked up. I had no air momentum. Couldn't read what that said. I think it said become habituated. This might be the push we need. Yeah, the push we need. We got it. We might still have it. I'm confident. We won this match 100%. Oh, yeah. In my head, I was trying to think of would it be funnier if we absolutely got destroyed after me saying that? Ooh, the spooky Halloween. Oh shit, are we the purple? Can I do the thing? I think we're the correct purple. We are not. Hi, Discord. Ah. I'll mess with that later. I have to be a good teammate. Oh! I thought that was a teammate that whole time. My brain don't work too good, not gonna lie. I find it hard to tell people apart in this game. Ooh, that hit. Ah, dang. Alright, we gotta focus. Real gameplay starts now. Hey, bud. I don't know how to explain this to you, but you just repeatedly pressing the this way button is not going to instantly make all of your teammates stop being in gunfights. Traded. All right. Big push. Big push, big push. Oh! Could go either way, but I'm confident. Really? Huh. There we go. Damn, I was certain. Nice. I was hoping it would go lower, but it didn't, and that's fine. Oh! There was a dude in front of me. Genuinely didn't see him. Ah, piss. Well, maybe. Okay. Just simply vibing. So I just had the stupidest idea. You can see that when you have like a little puddle of ink like that, and you nudge into it and out of it as a squid form, you make a tiny bit more ink in that puddle. if we organized a custom game where sorry. Yes. We organized a custom game where every player could only spread ink through squid form. How much could you genuinely paint? Damn. God dang frickin' goddamn frickin' aerospray, man. Soda. I killed Pikachu. Finally. It's over. Oh man, did you see that Pokemon stuff? Everyone seems to be talking about the new VTuber gym trainer. She's cute and all. Also, Belly Bolt is perfect. I don't feel like... Okay, maybe this is the stupidest take I'll ever make in my career as a streamer, but hear me out. Does Nintendo need to market themselves at all? Everybody already knows Nintendo games. Everybody knows that there's going to be a Pokemon every year. Do we need to sell it? Because, listen, people who are going to buy it are going to buy it anyway. Nintendo's going to make their millions. They don't need to spend it all on advertising. Nintendo's already cornered the market on having an exclusive console and exclusive games on their exclusive platform. Nobody else is like Nintendo. They don't have to bother. First splat. I want to assume that... I'm sorry for inking everywhere. I'll do it again. Were you in that match? I thought you were streaming. Just wrapped up. Okay. I messed up. I can do it. Let me shout you out. Let's get a clip going over my mediocre gameplay. Lily's cool. Follow her.
By the way, I don't get paid over summer.
Oh yeah, you should also support Nick. That's dumb. Like no substitute you can do.
Not me. Okay, but to be fair, Cactar good.
Oh man, Halo Infinite multiplayer. I miss it. I hope they have more maps soon so it's playable. I mean, Forge is coming. Once Forge drops and people start making something substantial, that'll wake the community up, I think. Can anyone even see this? I wonder that when I paint mine. I've done a few now. I'm gonna die. You can't kill me, I'll kill myself first! In my defense, I thought there was floor beneath me. Hey, sweet. Ah, I thought I could get away from it in time. It just goes to show that swim speed up is a useless skill that doesn't do anything. If you saw that fight and wondered, what the hell was that? I don't know either. I absolutely flubbed it. There we go. There it is. Whenever I get #1 in consumer, I just imagine that I'm drinking it. I'm just chugging the ink. I'm upending the bucket into my own mouth. There we go. I did it. That's the fastest I've seen a communication error pop up. Dong. It is very funny in contrast, though, that like Scorn came out today, and a lot of streamers that I know right now are playing Scorn. It's Game Pass, eh? If you want to play something gross and creepy, it's on Game Pass. Traded. But yeah, no, everybody I know right now is doing horror games this month. They're doing Scorn because it just came out. I'm doing Splatoon. Because I like I like the funny colors. I like the children and their funny outfits. Damn. This way. No, I'm going to their base. Yeah, yeah. Man, everybody seems to really like that chainsaw show, huh? Yeah, no, I doomed myself there. Oh, brushes of the kings, last minute pushes. I think we might have not won this round. No, ooh. Yeah, nah. I gotta pop a new ticket. Oh, that's a team. It's all the rapid fire boys. Dang it. Am I lagging? Yep. You see, this is the thing, right? Nintendo is the first company in history to ever do online video games. Nobody else has done this before. Nobody else has ever made an online digital video game like this before. Nobody in the world has ever made a video game that is fully online like Nintendo has. This is the first of its kind. So, you know, of course it's going to have some issues. Thank you, Vincent. Hope you're doing all right. Eh. Oh, it's a flings a roller. So the moment I get close, he's gonna throw ink at me. Oh god, oh god! I started hearing the hammer behind me, like, there's something back there, ain't it? Whoa! What happened to my grenade? I threw a grenade. Bold. Alright, this is the push we need. Die. Throw my entire ult at one person and pray. Oh god, hammer, 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 hammer. Okay. I want to say we did pretty well. All right. Seven two, not bad. I need to get more, what's it called? More money. More tickets for in-game money is what I need right now. Oh shit. Kiki, Lillian's, No Cheryl hanging out on their stream. I left a comment and I'm back to my stream. Squid bagging. I didn't see that. Oh no. Octopussy. Classic movie. Woo! Tim, your reaction was a little late on that. I know. Sometimes my brain works slowly. Traded. A Real Girl. It's a good title. Get bucketed, loser. Hey, nice. Oh god, Kate, no! Kate, watch out! Just do that. Ow. I think we were holding down the mid pretty strong. I'm confident. I'm out of ink. All right. Yeah. I'm gonna say that's a win. Going absolutely ham these past couple games. Getting a positive KD. Shredding. I love Bucket. we get irritating. There we go. Dualies, man. I literally, like, the way the arc works on the Slosher is that a dually user can just get directly underneath me and shoot me, and my ink goes over their head. Okay, I'm just the best. Find a better bucket user.
Got him.
Got him. Woo! Dang. Maybe. They might have gotten a really good push, but no, yeah. We bullied them. I like that fit. That's a good combo with the shoes and the hat and the coat. The witch's hat's the best part of that outfit.
Got him.
Yeah, God. Love the internet, man. Communication error wins again. Oh, communication error. Revolver Octolot. That's good. Ooh. I almost fell off. Nope. Haha. Oh, right out of the air. Squibdib. It's a good name. The best name in this lobby right now, though, is Revolver Octolot. Damn. Got absolutely wiped out. Did I need to paint that? No. Did I want to paint that? Also, kinda no, honestly. Something in my brain said I had to. Oof. Still a positive KD, though. I'll take it. Hoo-ha. Oh shit, Octolot's on my team now. Oh god. Oh no. We are in for a bad time. If that's what the enemy team is looking like, with 3 Bloblobbers. God almighty. I'm trying to think of, like, any other analogy, any other weapon that it's like, but none are coming to mind. We just killed them all. But in the context of this game, the Bloblobber does that. It throws bubbles. If 2 of those bubbles hit you, you die. The most annoying part that we're gonna have to deal with is 3 rain clouds back to back. Ink storms are... They're not really a deadly thing, they're just an annoying thing. They cover a lot of ground. Let's see if we can't build a little super. Oh, nice. You're gonna have to come and get me. You can't just throw bubbles at me in my general direction and hope I go away. Like, you come here. No. Damn, I missed the throw on that so hard. Three blobbers, man. That was a very annoying match. Hate the bubbles. Yeah. Even if you're a hardcore ink mid, not base person, on Hammerhead Bridge, you should take advantage of inking those pillars, because it's one of the first things you can do. And the pillar on the right can only be accessed from spawn. The pillar on the left, you can climb up the little box, because you can ink the side of the box and climb up it. You can't do it for the one on the right. Why's my thumbstick getting all funky on me? That was weird. Don't mind me. Boom. That's ground cover. I absolutely love this color combo. I love that shade of teal. thumbstick. I don't know what it is with this controller. Sometimes it just doesn't want to cooperate. Ah, dang it. World's best forehead. Maybe. Yeah. First splat. Maps should be changing over after this match. I feel like my gameplay ends up being pretty boring. Because I'm not really, like, super kill hungry. I'm not using a particularly interesting weapon. Dang it. I just hope with games like this, I'm just good background noise. There's some games where I'm trying to be a lot more engaging, but like with this one, I'm focusing so much I get quiet. I get quiet with a lot of games, though. I feel like it makes me a bad streamer. I'm just not talking. Okay. It's the bad voices, you know? You get the bad brain telling you in your head, man, you're not entertaining. And then I just got to remind myself, no, Tim, you had a stupid little video of a Twitch clip get 80,000 views on Twitter. I think people find you funny. Otherwise, they wouldn't have retweeted that. you know, I can be pretty entertaining when I want to be. Damn. Maybe. Maybe. Ah, it's close. If I want to eat a cookie run character, does it count as 4? No. They're cookies. I think there is a debate to be had about living food, but in my personal opinion, it's not 4. They're food. I mean, I can just check. Mahi Mahi and Museum. But it's also 8 p.m., so the reset. Yeah, I got cards. And they're all dupes. That means I can get one card that isn't. I'm just going down the list and buying all the cards until I have them all. I feel like I'm in a good position here. 110 out of 162. Got a lot of the cards. I love the art on them, though. They're all very cute. Level 33. Max rank on Table Turf is 50? Oh, right. Also, the shop's reset, so I want to check out. I'm pretty happy with the clothes I have. But I always like to check what's in store. It's such a dad shirt, this one. I would wear that 100%. I love a cozy sweater. I love an obnoxious color palette. I don't know about these split shirts, if I'd wear them IRL. Maybe. Let's check out shoes. We got some creeps. Those actually look really nice. Pearl poster. Buying it. Yes, and buying that. I just gotta fit them in my locker somehow. Fashion's the real reason people play Splatoon. Exactly. Let's show off my fresh fits, right? I got this. My cozy rainy day. With my coat, my boots, my headphones. I've got my hard at work. With my plaid coat. My black Tims. I got this outfit. I'm still experimenting with it. I don't know what top goes with it. You'll notice that I'm using the headphones a lot because... I don't know. I can't think of helmets. But the shoes match the weapon. That's why I put those two together. And I thought the blue shirt was a nice contrast. Then there's this outfit, which I adore. And then my Splatana outfit, which is the gas mask and the coat. Oh, it's so long to 5 stars. But I have a lot of nice clothes. I've spent the time to, like, max out the level on all of them. Love that coat. I love the Orca Bolero quite a bit. But, you know, everyone wears it. And I'm not everyone. Let's go add those items. This is more important than gameplay right now. We're gonna... I have them both. Perfect. Okay. Don't know what was going on there. It wouldn't let me put that any lower. There. That's too small. I need something to fill that gap. Yeah. Fish. Now, as for the prop that I got the briefcase. I can fit the magazines on top of that. So let's get... Let's see if I can't. I have a lot of magazines. Yeah. That's my bragging point, though, is that, that octopus holding all of my holographic weapons. Is this the rainbow locker? No. I'll never see it again. That's cute. I'm gonna unplug this. I have a reason. Okay. It got tangled in my headphone wire. Now I just bust out my Pro controller. And we're all good. We're all Gucci. Much, much better. Oh my god. Much more comfortable. Swaggetti? Oh, I love museum. I always take this, like, upper route, because nobody ever takes it. By the time I paint all of this, I have a good amount of super built. Okay. And we're there. I'm out of ink. I got Swaggetti. That's all I care about. Took him out. Woo. You see, when you see a lot of arrow spray users, right? You know that they're just people trying to play the game who are picking a good weapon because it's a good weapon. When you see people who are using the blah blobber or the bow or the octo brush, they're there to ruin your day. They're saying no fun allowed. They're here to win. All right. Show them the power of the bucket. I did. Oh yeah, we did. #1 ink consumer. I drank the most ink. Oh shit. Let's go get our mystery box. What's in it? A level ticket. That's cool. As near as I can tell, there's nothing left to unlock after level 30. So I don't know what that's useful for. Oh yeah, there's a battle pass now. So you get the catalog. And it has 100 levels. And when you get past 100, every 10 levels you get a random item. Which I think is a nice way of doing that. Also, I didn't have to pay for it, which means it's not like a battle pass. At least. If I did have to pay for it, I would have cried. Because early on in the battle pass was how you got the gas mask, or the painter's mask, which I really wanted. And then I only have it on one saved outfit. I'm painting. You spamming this way at the enemy base is not really going to solve the problem of people not inking mid, man. I'm building super. Where's my ink? There we go. I have a system, and the moment I deviate from that system, my brain screams. Shit. The bow is really good. I've been playing a lot of Fortnite lately, and I did get the Battle Pass. You want the cat? Multiple of my friends have bought the Battle Pass exclusively for that cat. Have the cat already? I'm almost there. I haven't been playing as much as my friends have. I really wanted the, what was it, Bite, or whatever. The dude with the hands. I thought he had a really interesting design. Also, the not-so-subtle trans character that turns into a woman in VR. Almost at the page of Spider-Gwen. Nice. The fact that Spider-Gwen is in the Battle Pass means that there is a less than 0% chance that Into the Spider-Verse 2 is going to feature a Fortnite joke. Peter be cranking 90s. Man, I wish COVID wasn't real. 'Cause I'd love to do some Halloween stuff. I have a pretty nice Peter B. Parker costume made. Which is to say, I have a, nice. But yeah, I have a nice Peter B. Parker costume, which is to say, I have a Spider-Man costume that doesn't fit me anymore, a green jacket, and gray sweatpants. Just have everyone wear costumes with masks. Yeah. That's been the one thing that's been very discouraging going to interviews the past couple of weeks, is that at every single interview I've attended, I've been the only person there in a mask. We're still at thousands of cases a day, hun. You guys need to be trying a little harder. The one that worried me the most was the one where I went to a pharmacy that was actively doing COVID testing and vaccination. Well, he just went into the water. And yeah, no one on staff was wearing masks. Nobody cares anymore, and it's depressing because, you know, it's still killing people. But I'm not going to dwell on COVID stuff, because every time I think about it too hard, I get depressed. I died. So how dangerous is water to the kids? We can be this close and it doesn't hurt us. It's the moment we dive into water we dissolve, right? But, like, can we drink water? I mean, like, we're aquatic creatures. Need a MatPat theory on this. I'm good. Here, let me... let me just go ahead and do that. Let's see. Maybe. Hey. By 1%. It's always hard to tell when it's close. I love the Capagen has seasonal hats. Seeing little witch hats on the emojis as they float up is great. Right. I went into squid form over a grate. You fall through grates. So I guess if, like, non-solid surfaces you can, like, phase through in squid form means that you are ostensibly made of ink. So these creatures are made of pure paint. I tried. They're all just Doodle Bob. Also, thank you for reminding me that I didn't boot up SoundPad. Let me do that real quick. Dang it. All right.
Speakers.
All right, let's really mess up my kitchen.
All right, so they've pushed us in pretty hard here. Who knows, though? We'll see. Yeah. I always want to hold on to hope. I'm a dreamer. I'm a hoper. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. The pure, beautiful communication of jumping in an online video game. There's no better emotion. Listen, you have your emotes, right? You have your text chats. You have 1,000 different ways to communicate with people in video games. Even with those communication methods. In World of Warcraft, in Final Fantasy XIV, in God, any online game that you play, but especially MMOs, nothing beats jumping in place. It's attention grabbing, conveys emotion, conveys excitement. I feel like you could do a whole sociological study about interactions in online video games. I'm sure someone has. Rip. Dude popped crab tank and then just immediately dove into the water. Damn it. Playing an online game, time to bounce. Exactly. Suddenly everyone's taker. Man. I know it's like Tiger, right? Like that's the idea with the name or whatever, and that it was written in the 30s. But man, that's a minefield of a name. Especially with kids. Not here to cancel Winnie the Pooh. Just funny. Ain't my finest match. I'll tell you that much. Loved him when I was little, though. I still love him. He's adorable. Having younger kids around, you get to see a lot of kids programming. A lot of it's weird, a lot of it's bad. Nothing beats the original Winnie the Poohs. My kids got real, like, my kids. They're not my kids. My brother's kids, my niece and nephew, got really into Sonic Boom. It's because they both love the Sonic movie. Oh, and they both love Mario. They both play Mario. It's very cute. I was playing, like, I was just hanging out with my brother over Thanksgiving, and I remember, my nephew, like, coming downstairs to, like, the office where my brother and I were just kind of hanging out, playing Elden Ring together. Because we're both on an Elden Ring kick again. And, his nephew, like, his son comes downstairs and just goes like, "Daddy, can you help me beat this level?" And it's a level in Super Meat Boy. And I turn to him like, man, man, he's playing Super Meat Boy already? He's like, now it's not like that violent or anything. He doesn't know it's blood. Like, that's not what I mean. I mean, like, he's playing Super Meat Boy, and then he just goes like, oh, not well. mean, he's 4. I mean, I remember being 4 years old and playing Shadowrun for the Super Nintendo and not understanding anything of it. I didn't even know that's what the game was until, like, I Googled it.
Got him.
That was a very delayed got him sound alerts. Like, you know, it was one of those games that I had half memories of playing. Because, like, Super Nintendo was one of the earliest consoles we had in the house. And I remembered the morgue. I remembered waking up in the morgue. But, you know, I was a toddler. I couldn't read. So I couldn't make out any of the text. I just remember wandering around. Getting lost in RPGs when I was a kid. Same. The one I have the most distinctive memories about is Majora's Mask. I remember always starting a new game, a new save, and immediately getting the crystal tear from the moon, like when you go to the observatory. And I remember nothing else. I would jump on my brother's save and then run around the map as Zora Link because I thought it was so cool. I was all about, I was a much simpler child when it came to video games. I was all about Jet Set Radio and Power Stone. So we had a Dreamcast. We were a cool family. Where my brother bought a hand-me-down Dreamcast with a bunch of burned CD games. I experienced a lot of RPGs just through watching my brother play them. So I sat through the entirety of Final Fantasy 7, 8, and 9, watching my brother beat them. And Legend of Dragoon, which is a game I still have a lot of fond memories of. And despite the fact that I never had a PlayStation 2, a lot of my family did, and my aunt, who lives down the street from me, she had a PlayStation 2, and she had Kingdom Hearts, and that's how I got to play it. So I played through all of Kingdom Hearts 1 and 2, and then when I bought 3, when it came out a couple of years ago, I played it, and I'm like, I'm very lost. I think the one problem that Kingdom Hearts 3 had, not just because the plot got very muddled, but I think it leaned too much on the Disney. And I understand that people look at the Kingdom Hearts games and think it's just about the Disney characters, but the Square Enix half is such a big part of it. All of the unique, like, lore, like, Kingdom Hearts specific places on the map, like Hollow Bastion or like Traverse Town. The lore that surrounds, you know, Sid and Leon and Aerith and Yuffie and all that shit, like the Sephiroth fight. That's a crucial one. What is a Kingdom Hearts game without a Sephiroth fight? Bad. But, like, I feel like I was pretty harsh on Kingdom Hearts 3 when it first came out, though a lot of the newer Disney levels just felt like one-to-one plays of the movie, when that's never really what the Kingdom Hearts when the Disney levels were meant to be. Like, they loosely followed movie plots, but they weren't supposed to be one-to-one. They were still definitely their own telling of the story, you know? I walked right into that grenade. But again, like, the complete lack of Final Fantasy characters is also a bit of a bummer because of how plot-relevant and crucial many of the Final Fantasy characters are to the story of Kingdom Hearts. Found myself not caring about the story at all, but like the gameplay. Yeah, I feel like the gameplay was actually fairly solid. The more recent... I've always appreciated the Kingdom Hearts gameplay for being a good mix of action and RPG. Especially like 2 on, because Kingdom Hearts 1, thank God it got remade. Like what used to happen on Kingdom Hearts 1 compared to the other games is in every other subsequent game, when you had a special move come up in your skills, it would pop up on the triangle the triangle button. Those abilities did exist in Kingdom Hearts 1, but you had to manually scroll down to the bottom of your menu. So I'm glad they remade it. Tangled Keyblade was my favorite. I stopped at Tangled. No, wait, no I didn't. I stopped at Frozen. One of the two. I blanked. That's around when I was like, yeah. But no, the gameplay was actually fairly solid. I don't know. I might have to try it again at some point. Hey, maybe one of these days is like a stream incentive. I'll play through all of them on stream. It's on PC. All 3 games. Or 1, 2, 3, and all of the plot-relevant games in between. Well, like... The HD collection is like Birth by Sleep, Chain of Memories Recoded, or whatever. I think Dream Drop? I'll have to check. One or more players disconnected, so we ended the match. I know, weirdly enough, they're Epic exclusives, which is funny. But I've seen a few mods for them. Okay, so, yeah, 1.5 and 2.5, plus 2.8, Final Chapter Prologue, plus Kingdom Hearts 3. Oh, and Melody of Memory, which I'm pretty sure is the rhythm game. They're all on Epic. However, they're all still full price. They're all still $60, which, no thanks. Like, okay, you want to make the argument that 3 is still full price, sure. Because, you know, it's including the DLC, it's 2019, 2019, so it's still fairly recent in the context of the Kingdom Hearts games, and the PC release, I think, was 2020. Sure. I'm willing to accept that that's, you know, $60. I'm pretty sure 1.5 and 2.5 remix on PlayStation was $40 at launch. So was 2.8. I don't think they were 60 at launch. I also think they were bundled. I just got one shot there. The point I'm trying to make is that make them cheaper, or else I won't stream them, I guess. I mean, I also live by the rule that if somebody buys me a game, I have to stream it. So if somebody wants to buy me Kingdom Hearts, I have to stream it. That's what happened with Sekiro. That's what happened with Nier. After this match, I'm going to have to step away for a quick second, get a refill of water, and I need to use the washroom. Whew. He lived? Man, I didn't realize you got so much hyper armor for the Booyah Bomb cast. That's unfortunate. Damn. Pretty up in the air, but I think we might have lost. Yeah. I should send you Neopets, the Darkest Fairy. Wasn't that a PS2 game? I'll debate the Neopets games. I know there's a couple. Alright, I will be right back. One moment. Sorry, I'm back. And, yeah. Speaking on Neopets, I used to love Neopets as well. I grew up playing it. I never owned any of, like, the spin-off games or anything. I feel like a cousin owned Darkest Fairy, but I don't really remember a whole lot about it. I do remember that I had one of the Centaur Ants Neopets. And I remember naming him Strike Force Delta because I was 10. I was a 10-year-old boy. What else does Triple Ink Strike? Oh, it does, Splat Umbrella. I legitimately forgot, and I used the weapon. I know it has, Sprinkler. Because it does have Triple Ink Strike. Traded. Ah, man. I feel like we pushed them pretty hard at the start. I'm confident that we're doing pretty well. Though I can't tell. No! They pushed back really hard at the end there. They might have taken it. Yeah. It's who? It's who? With the Jeff Jam. How you doing, Hoot? Did you know that Hoot Wheels is a streamer? Computer back. Nice. You were doing some grid open lobbies earlier, I saw. Battle time. Also play Pewter Punk. Hell yeah. Checking out all the new Edge Runner stuff. Just go ahead and paint all that. There we go. Outgunned. Sussy Inky. God. Nice. That's actually really cool. I didn't see who disconnected, but I want to imagine it's the guy I just killed. Gotta see that clip I posted. All right.
Oh, hi.
Wow. Listen, you gotta be careful with modding. You gotta take it easy on the mods. No, I don't mean like video game mods. I meant like cyberpunk mods. Every sci-fi future universe has a different name for what is essentially just installing Doom on your brain. Okay, there's a difference between installing Doom and installing an extra arm. If you're installing Doom, that involves a cyber deck. That's the distinction I made on my Shadowrun character in Chasing Phantoms. I played a guy who fixed drones. And he was all hardware, didn't know shit about software. It was very funny. I'm gonna relay a story from that game, although I'm sure the VODs are up somewhere, where I finally got to get into combat with a drone. Because, like, we didn't do a whole lot of combat. We did a lot of setup before we got into combat, which was to the frustration of one of our players who basically built a human punch. So they were just waiting for a moment to actually get to punch. So we finally got into combat, and they did punch someone to death. When I got to my move, I was like, okay, I'm going to strategically hide behind some cover, I'm going to deploy my drone, and I'm going to remote control it. When I read out the stats, saying that I do have a drone-mounted assault rifle, I realized that the amp that fits on statistically in Shadowrun Anarchy is not the same thing as the actual weapon. It just says that you have a weapon attached. Which, like, in gameplay functionality means that you apply the stats of a gun from the table of stats to your drone, and I think functionally it lets you attack twice. Either way. I didn't know that. And another player jokingly said, "You never attached the gun, did you?" And so I just had this image in my head of my character, like, so excited to deploy his drone. And the gun arm unfolds from the back of the drone, and he just sits there like, oh. Shit. I forgot it. I also had a very fun technique on how to get the drone to talk. I did a bit, where I would have this text-to-speech program. You can download this thing through the Windows Store called Type-to-Voice Chat. Super handy. Because I can set it up to play through the speakers. And I can just do this. And you would just hear it in the distance.
Japanese on Doberman online. Weapons free.
Oh, it was a fun party. So yeah, we had the Human Punch. We had me, who was like... I described to my character as basically a local neighborhood mechanic who's also in good with the Mafia. We had a hacker in our group who was obsessed with 80s pop culture. And the moment he introduced his character, he's like, we're leaving from, like, the scene where our Johnson was sending us off to our mission. And he immediately says, like, cool, well, I'll jump in my car. And I stop him out of character and go, like, let me guess. His car's a DeLorean. And then, like, on the map is a little, like, DeLorean icon on the Roll20 map. We also had a friend who... Because Shadowrun is also partially fantasy. We had a friend who was a shapeshifter. And was essentially just a fox that could turn into a person. Because magic exists in this world, that is how we've got our Human Punch character. Our Human Punch character doesn't have mods. Like, doesn't have, cyber enhancements at all. She is a Human Punch because she is magically awakened, and magic has enhanced her body to be the best punch machine. I'm actually the only character in the party with cybernetic limbs. Because I saw the opportunity to get a robot arm and took it, like I would in real life. That series, by the way, Shadowrun is on my mind because of Cyberpunk, but also a reminder for folks, that series is going to be coming back soon. Because we have a planned Halloween adventure. Should be a few weeks going. But I don't think anything can really beat the twist of the plot of our last Shadowrun campaign, which I shan't ruin, because I do recommend scrubbing through the VODs. I'll have to bug Willow about where they're saved. Absolutely dominated that match. It turns out when I'm not focusing on the game and just talking about random shit, I play a lot better. Dink. I can't wait till I get, like, enough tokens to just reassign all the skills on this gear. It's all gonna be Ink Saver main. Oh, another choice interact. Sorry. It's just like this. Every time... The most fun part about doing any tabletop game is just talking about the tabletop game afterwards, but one of my favorite moments was one of the first sessions we did. We were scouting a strip club because the owner of the strip club was accused of doing some illegal activity, and that's what we were investigating. Human Punch Girl, who's played by Kiki, she is ace and doesn't get the point of a strip club. So she just randomly approaches a dude watching a stripper and just goes, what are you doing here? And he just says like, oh, I'm watching the Goyles. And she just responds like, is this all you do? I had some ideas for a cyberpunk thing at some point. Like for a tabletop. I wanted to do... I had some plots figured out for like set pieces and fights that I wanted to happen. And it would revolve around, you know, Toronto, because I'm a nerd who loves my hometown. Because I thought, like, you know how Metro exists and has, like, this post-apocalyptic vibe where, like, the underground metros of Russia are this bastion of humanity. I thought about that with The Path in Toronto, which is just, I don't know how to describe The Path. I guess it's an underground mall slash subway station slash useless. But just imagining like this underground series of tunnels in downtown Toronto core being like this place of organization for a group of political dissidents and, you know, anarchists fighting against a corrupt system. The way I write RPGs is I always think of a set piece, and then I try to justify those set pieces in fiction. And then I work backwards from there, and I keep going. Which is not how you should write anything. But because, like, a lot of tabletop is very much the moments, the big moments that stick out in your mind. Ooh, the big moments that stick out in your mind. I want to make sure that there's like memorable quests, NPCs, and like just moments that I have fun describing as a DM. I would have ideas about how moments would go. One of my favorites, and it's one that I'll absolutely use again, was, I had a nightmare. I had a stress nightmare about work once, where, I was stocking shelves, and I was stocking, the baby section, and on the boxes of diapers, there were these stock photos of babies all over them. You know, if you've ever been to a grocery store or a pharmacy, you've seen them. Box of diapers with these stock photos of babies. I see those in my dream. Like, I'm loading up the shelves with these boxes of diapers. And as I'm leaving the aisle, I turn back, and the stock photos of babies are, like, ripping themselves out of the boxes off the shelf and, like, basically crawling on the ground, screaming and clawing their way towards me. And so that inspired me to create a scene in my Dungeons & Dragons campaign where a bunch of characters would be going through a museum, like an art museum, and they would walk down this hallway of a bunch of paintings.
It's a raid!
Oh, goodness! Kiki dropping in with the raid. Just in time for this weird story about a set piece I made in a Dungeons & Dragons campaign. But yeah, my players were walking down this hallway in an art gallery, and when they got to the end, the door at the end of the hallway was locked, and they turned around to see that all of the paintings were bleeding, and that, like, these faceless, nameless forms crawl their way out of the canvas and swarm towards the party, like hundreds of them. I wanted to create, like, this beautifully gruesome scene. I basically came up with this whole macabre art gallery. The next room was clay sculptures that actually had people inside them. Anyway. Let's give Kiki a shout out. Thank you for the raid. Oh shit, Sekiro.
What? What? What?
Fire bad.
Okay, that's enough, I think.
Kiki's a very cool streamer. You do have to go, though. Have a good stream. I hope your new job goes well. I hope so, too. They were supposed to email me with, well, they emailed me with a bunch of, documentation, and I signed all of that and sent it off. I'm waiting to hear back at this point. But considering that they asked me for a social security number, I think I got the job. I don't think you can ask for that and then not hire somebody. But yeah, good night, Kiki. What's up, Bandersor? Thank you for dropping into the chat. First time chatter I'm seeing. I need to do the whole introductory spiel now that I'm done telling the story. My brain works like a computer. I have to do one thing at a time. That's an Among Us over there. I am Tim.K. or just Tim, or TK, whatever you prefer. I'm a satyr, which is a fancy way of saying I'm a goat man. And statistically, I'm somebody's fourth favorite streamer. And today, we're playing a bit of Splatoon 3, which Kiki helped me get. Kiki bought it for me. Well, Kiki, Rar Nix, and Lily, the Trans Queen Assault, all pitched in to buy this game for me. Because they're good friends. And I lift them in the air and hug them, as if you would imagine a brutish character to do in a fiction. Saturday. Or as I like to call it, Friday. Got right into their base, though. Oh, that's cool. Yeah, it's Friday for me. I'm in the Eastern time zone. I'm in the least convenient time zone. I'll have to remember that, though. I'm going to be... to your credit, I'm absolutely going to be using Saturday going forward. I can aim. Splatted pink Mario. Oh, absolutely. That's the first time I've heard it. I like it. Hell yeah. Number 1, enemy base anchor. Yeah, Fortnite, we about to get down. Some satirical takes. I am pretty sure, etymologically, that is where satire comes from. But I could be wrong. Are you satisfied? That one was forced. See, I know it's paint, but I have to imagine it tastes like a cream. Maybe like fruit jelly candy. Ah, dang it. It's ink, though. Right. But hear me out. What if it tastes good? I'm not saying that I would drink ink, like real ink. I'm just saying that the ink in Splatoon looks tasty. This is coming from somebody who drank Coffee Mate in a parking lot. So I'm not like a culinary expert here. Would they be surf or turf? I mean, they are based on, you know, the squid and octopus, but they can't be underwater anymore. Water kills them. Something to think about, though. Octarians are definitely closer in appearance to the animals they originate from. Maybe they're okay to eat. I used to drink hazelnut creamers from Starbucks like I was doing shots. Yeah, same. I've told the cream story on stream, but I'll tell it again. I don't care. When I was 16, I got my first job. I finally had, like, money, and I was independent, and I could spend it however I wanted. I know it took me a bit to get a job, but that's also because I was a very busy kid. I just dove in the water. One of the thoughts that I had when I was going shopping was, like, whenever I went to a diner or any, like, restaurant with my mom, she would get coffee, and she preferred milk, so she would leave the cream. And then I would take the little creamers, little plastic creamer things, and just shoot them. And with that in mind, I thought, like, hey, I like the taste of cream. Why don't I go ahead and just buy a carton of cream and drink it? And, don't. If I could get anyone watching my stream right now to walk away with a message, it is don't drink cream. And that's how I found out I was lactose intolerant. A reminder for folks that if you want to check out my throne, my birthday is coming up, and I do have a new mic stand on there that doesn't make sounds anytime I adjust it. Oh, God. Okay, they're right there already. I got a kill with that. All right, I'll take it. Woo! Violently pressing the booyah button. And there. Oh, well, they just kind of jumped right in front of me and died. That's on them. Bop, bop, bop. Bop, bop, bop. Dang. Shoved the barrel of the gun down my throat. And not in the fun way. Dang. I still think we might have this. Maybe. Maybe. But I think we might have this. Yeah. Whenever it's that close, it's always up in the air. That's a very satisfying texture. Man, they'll figure this out someday. They'll get there. I'm rooting for Nintendo. They'll eventually figure out how online games work. That's like I said, nobody's ever done it before. Oh shit, baguette. Alright. 2 blobbers and a sloshing machine. Not a great, not a great lineup to go against. I'm scared for my life. Dang. The ink storm, like, did enough chip damage to actually take me out. It's pretty rare. I'm out of ink. Come on, give me ink. Couldn't get my ult off fast enough. From the grave. All right. Maybe? Maybe. It was pretty back and forth. Ooh. That's the closest I've seen it in a while. I did legit lose a couple matches by 0.1%. It's heartbreaking every time. So, there is a new Splatfest that was confirmed a while back that is going to be happening in November. Sadly, we're not going to get a Splatoween event from the sounds of it, although who knows? We've got a week or two before Halloween happens. But the Splatfest that's coming up is going to be Pokemon themed, as the release of Scarlet and Violet's coming up. So, with it being 3 teams, the choice is between your starters. Now, of course, there's a way to think about it in the context of, you know, the Scarlet Violet starters, which for me is going to 100% be Fire type, because I love Fuecoco. They are adorable. No Thoughts had empty Crocodile. Borrowing their name both from the Cocoa Bean and Fuego. Love them. However, if I'm thinking about, like, all-time starter types, for me, it's absolutely gotta be water. Growing up, I've always been a fire-type kid, but my favorite fire-type Pokemon are never starters. Like, Torchic's adorable, but Torchic's not, like, wouldn't be my fire-type pick. My fire-type pick is always gonna be, Arcanine. Even if they're bad, I don't care. I love that fluffy idiot. I've gone on record of talking about my Arcanine named Beef. So if I'm thinking of the heart, right, of all the starters ever, just observing it as if it's talking about all possible starters, it's got to be water, and for 2 reasons: it's Squirtle and Totodile. Most of the other time I go grass, actually. I was just running around with Charizard and Arcanine. Yeah, Charizard's great. Charizard's classic. I was always drawn to Squirtle. That was also because of the anime. Damn. But I loved, when I played Sword and Shield, I loved Grookey. I love that monkey. drummer monkey. I was all about Rowlet and Sun and Moon. If I looked at all the starters, I think most of the ones that I would end up picking would be grass. But there'd be one or two fire and water. But when I think about, like, aesthetics and Pokemon that I absolutely love, most of them are going to be, like, out of the starters, most of them are going to be water type. So I think I'm going to go Team Water. Which might ostracize me again. Because when I did the first Splatfest, I was the only one on Team Fun. Out of all of my other friends who streamed. So we couldn't even... Like, even if we had the scheduling all figured out, we couldn't Splatfest together. Because we were all on different teams. Most people I knew were on gear. Because nobody likes to have fun. I gotta imagine water might end up being pretty popular among my friends. Ow! This ain't ideal. I'm all about an ink mid play style, but you could ink base a bit more. I ran out of ink. Ah. I died giving that person booyahs. They better use that effectively. They did. You know, I haven't been jumping. Let's jump. The main reason I don't usually jump is because when your location's revealed, more often than not, you immediately get shot. Damn. I got squelched. Meow. Dang. Very back and forth in the middle there, but they just got more kills on us. Oh, my food ran out. I gotta get new food. I need money. Imagine if it worked like that in real life. Eating food just raised your minimum wage. But just for you. And only for like a couple days. One of my favorite things about brush gameplay is just knowing that like the person using it on you is just mashing the button as hard as they can in your face until you die. Got hit in the head with a grenade. Backpedaled into Ninja Man over there. Meow, meow, meow. Squinja. I love the zip caster. It's actually a lot of fun with the carbon roller and the brush. It can be annoying to go up against, though. Soda! Oh. God damn. Yeah, I think we lost that. We got our shit pushed in. Yeah. We got our squid pushed in. That was almost in time with the music. Yeah, let's go! I just got a notification that I can play Dark Tide. I'm in the Dark Tide closed beta. Wait, is it NDA? No. Okay. So I'm downloading that tonight. I don't think I can stream it. I don't care. I just want to play it. I've been so excited for Dark Tide. The one complication is that it's coming out around the same time as Miles Morales. Hopefully by then, by mid-November, I'll have money. Oh, piss! The ink there slowed me down significantly. Jesus Christ. The dynamo roller is something else, man. I mean, the dynamo roller is strong but slow. Like, very slow. But it is a one-hit. Soda! Cool. That was mean. Oh my god, we were spawn camping them at the end there. Oh my god. 80%. That was cruel. Yeah. Climb. Or don't. Soft and Fluffy Lone Wolf. That's a good title. Rip. I've screwed myself here. Damn. Okay, I don't know if we won this one or not. Probably not, but hey, what if this is the push? Yeah, no, Mahi Mahi is very much... If one side is already holding your base, let alone mid, it's over. Once they're pushed up to your base, that's game.
You go to hell.
Karl Marx! We have nothing to ink but our base. They're pushing us pretty hard here. Not even painted. Try harder. I said try harder. I mean, I know I died, but... Shush. Damn. I was singled out for that ult, and that's fair. Ah, right. I feel like I'm about to sneeze. Damn. I was saying that as a warning because it felt like I was definitely going to sneeze and I was gonna... But then as soon as I said that, nothing happened. I tricked myself out of sneezing. Multiplayer modes and maps have been updated. Let's get a couple of matches in these new maps. We've got Hagglefish Market and Undertow Spillway. I love Undertow Spillway. Damn, I started this stream with an 8.0 KD on this weapon, and I'm down to 3.5. How the mighty have fallen. Burnt squid. So my pathing here is usually like to go to this very corner because nobody ever paints it. Get a bit on it now. And that's all. Then we push up this side. Bam. Woo! Boom. And we're up to their base. Alright, got double team there. But I think we're still pretty far ahead as far as ink goes. Damn. That is some galaxy brain. Because, you know, Roller is going to be a one-hit kill if they get the slam down. So you put down the bubble. The only way you can get close enough to hit without the bubble blocking you. Ability to hit. What happened there? I jumped over him and then lost. Yeah, no, you use the bubble to push people closer to then ink them. I want to say we got this. I don't think we did. No. Yeah, we did. Alright. Let's get one more in before we call it. And as soon as... Now that I've said that let's get one more in, I'm going to get a communication error. I'm betting right now. What did I tell you, chat? Come on. I'm so glad I got that in before I got ham slammed. I love the hammer. I wish we'd get a variant of the slosher with a hammer. Doesn't need it. Doesn't have good synergy there. Like the hammer is good synergy with weapons that take advantage of it. I just really like the hammer, and I like the bucket, and I want both. Okay, come on. That's up in the air. 2%. Hard fought. Alright. That is plenty of Splatoon. Oh, my hands are cramping. So that is a good point for me to call it. Let's go ahead and jump to this screen as I look for someone to raid. I want to thank you all for hanging out with me today. Had a good time. Thank you again to Kiki for the raid. I raided Code yesterday. Oh, my buddy Russ is live, and he's doing some very chill races. He's also ending stream. I think he's also ending stream, based on the screen. You know what? Let's send off Cheese. Cheese is going to be jumping to YouTube soon. So I want to send her some love. I'm gonna rest my hands and lie down. I'll catch y'all tomorrow for some Rumbleverse and Sunday for some Sekiro. And until then, have a good night. Or else. Thanks for watching.